we get ready for our opening ceremonies, we're going to start the morning off with a prayer from Ms. Kaysen McAfee of Caddo Mills FFA.
Please, please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today, thankful we once again are blessed to do what we love. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to raise livestock and thank you for the mentors, parents, grandparents, teachers, and volunteers who work tirelessly to guide us down this path. We are blessed to grow up in a barn and in this way of life. Thank you for the friendships born in competition and hard work and the family we gain through it all. Thank you for each volunteer here today. It is because of their generosity we have the opportunity to exhibit our projects. May we glorify you in each win and loss today. I pray that each person here today may know you and know they are loved by you. In your precious Son's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Kaysen. Now we will have our 4-H motto and pledge brought to us from Holly Rasband, Ward County 4-H.
In support of the 4-H motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Holly. Now we will have Mackenzie Evans from Burnett FFA bring us our FFA motto.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
And if you will, please remove cover as Ava Fry from Burleson County 4-H brings us our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in it, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ava.
Mic test. Mic test. 1, 2. Mic test. Test, test, test. Mic test, test, test. Test, test, test. Mic test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test, test. Mic test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test, test.
If you do have a breeder tag that has the breeder name on it, those need to be covered with tape. If you have a tag with the breeder name on it, those need to be covered with tape. Folks, our Wether Doe judge today is Mr. Skylar Scotton from Nevada, Missouri. He grew up raising cattle and goats with his family. He is currently at Texas Tech, where he is working on a PhD in ruminant nutrition and coaching the livestock judging team. Give Mr. Scotton a big round of applause. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Thank you, goat exhibitors. We're also happy to have Mr. Jordan Ambergy judging our Wether Dam show. He comes to us from Mount Sterling, Kentucky, where he was a graduate of Morehead State University. Alongside Maggie and Jay, they operate Ambergy Genetics with the goal of progressing the next generation of youth and sheep forward. Passionately, Jordan is also the business development lead for Reproduction Specialty Group. With a lengthy resume of judging major stock shows and state fairs to his credentials, Jordan is honored to be involved with the 2025 Rodeo Austin. Folks, let's give Mr. Ambergy a big round of applause. Once again, Class 2 should be checking in. Class 2 dams and does should be checking in. The show barn is presented by TELUS Equipment Solutions. TELUS Equipment is proud of their partnership with Rodeo Austin, a partnership they've been honored to support for several years. They have 4 conveniently located full-service dealerships to service you in Austin, Marble Falls, New Braunfels, and Seguin. Stop in to one of their dealerships today. This rodeo season, they are offering rodeo demo discounts of up to $1,000 off of 1 through 5 series, 6 series, and compact construction equipment. Also offering up to $1,500 off gators. Visit telusequip.com or contact your local dealer today. On the goat side, we need tag number 132401 to check in. That is your state validation tag.
Test, test. All right, very good morning to everybody here at the Rodeo Austin. I'm fired up and I'm excited to be here. And walking in this morning, I was very, very excited and got greeted with some friendly faces here behind the announcer stand. And a lot of people I've called friends for a long time, and I get to judge alongside one of my good buddies over here on the sheep side today. So a special moment for me. Obviously, this is a show that means a lot to myself, and I always bring students here every year, and it's an honor for me to step in the ring. If this first class is any indication of what it's going to be later on in the day, it is going to be a fast race here in just a little bit, because we have got immense quality in our top five, and I thought a tremendous set of goats throughout the lineup. Ultimately, I boil it down to a top pair. I think a pair of goats here that are stout in their feature. They're good in terms of their body type and pattern right. Ultimately, when I get right around behind these things and I look at barrel turn and upper hip shape, I've got a real easy winner in this saddleback goat that wins this class. Now, I could rock her back in her knee a few degrees. I think when this one gets out and goes, she's very, very flexible. Her lines remain very good. And from right here, that is a big, bold cage. She is beautiful in terms of her loin edge. She beats the one in second, and the way she ties it into her jump muscle and the power that she's got to her upper hip. She's got a look that I like that looks feminine up front. She's stout in her feature, good in her skeleton, with extra power to boot. That's going to be the kind I gravitate to today, especially as we progress to those heavier weights. I believe I initially missed this one on the way in. It took me a second to get my bearings and just kind of calibrate myself with what the quality of the class was going to be. The longer the drive wears on, the more I like the young man's goat in second. First and foremost, I love this one's skeleton, how well she's built at the ground. She's got good feet that point the right direction, the angle to her shoulder, the angle to her knee, and the way she's built up front is beautiful, and I like the way she comes long and level back into her tail. For me, when I get right in behind them, she doesn't just match my class winner in terms of upper body mass, and right there in her loin edge isn't quite as bold and broad. I like this one's pattern. I like her length and extension, and where she sets in her midloin better than the one in third. The one in third hit me hard coming in the gate, because that thing's got a poker neck, a real chubby body, and good wheels underneath. I studied this one from right here, and the longer she's out here, she's wanting to hyperextend her back leg. It just runs out of feature relative to how much mass she's got up high. Could stouten her there, but I do love that one's body, and her symmetry and motion's very good. Arguably the most powerful goat in the class is the one that lands here in 4, and it starts at the ground. Those are big feet, and she's really bold in terms of her feature. She's a big-chested goat that's real rank in terms of her body and her handle. I study her from the side. She's a little quicker in her pattern. She's a little shorter in terms of her hip, wants to coil up right there over her 10th, and I'd like to see her just maintain a little more length and balance in terms of her top line. Top 5, we round out with a really strong one here, and I like this one from the side. I think her top line reads very good. Her hind leg is strong. In motion, though, this one wants to get a little shorter necked, and with that, she gets a little harder and drier back into her rear rib and flank, just like to make her underline just a shot better and lengthen out her neck. As we work on down the line, I thought some goats here in 6 and 7 that could be a little sounder up front, but certainly bold. We got a nice one here in 8 that's very nice in her pattern. Need to just see her just a little wider from behind. Some goats here we could stouten up just a little bit. Great start here to our dojo at Rodeo Austin. If you guys will, let's give them a nice round of applause and compliment them on their efforts.
Test. Well, very good morning, and not to echo what my good buddy Skyler over there said, definitely the Rodeo Austin, as soon as they called, was a highlighted date on my calendar that led up with much anticipation, just in terms of being one of those Texas major stock shows that are bucket list items for any evaluator, as well as the youngsters and the breeders and the agents that are putting these kids and projects in the ring year in and year out. And as always, anytime you come to Texas, you get treated with the greatest of hospitalities and familiar, friendly faces that greet you with welcoming arms. And it definitely makes the time away from home worth it on my end. So first and foremost, thank you to the folks behind the scenes for the invitation to come down here. As we kick off your guys' Weather Dam show with Class 1, as always, when you get into the first class of any show, there's always a various types and kinds and weights and maturities to get into these things. Then you throw the differences and the wide array of breeds. I think it also throws a curveball high and inside at you. But I think for my job, once you step back and just analyze quality of livestock and the ones that bring the totals up to the forefront, very happy with the top 5 and how things shook out. I think the Southdown that comes in and makes the initial pull in a hurry, I think simply put, there was no hesitation or pumping of the brakes, if you will, that this one wasn't ever going to be my class winner. I think what she does is has a distinct advantage just in terms of her body weight distribution, the progression and angles to her body, and still how she equips that with the upper top side bulk that she does with no deviation in terms of quality on either end of her skeleton. I think what maybe sets precedence in terms of as we start progressing in weights of what kind of trips my trigger is what she does so very well is that combination of muscle and width and just the fluidness in terms of their easeability coming and going and still having that stock show caliber look from the side. I think that Southdown female wins this class pretty logically for me. Congratulations to that young man. I think the sort comes between the lower contemporary group after that Southdown, and if you wanted to arm wrestle me on a couple of these things, definitely no hesitation on my end. I think the rest of the top 4 comes in pairs for me, and I think it's the pair after your class winner that leads with some discussion for me, just in terms of the distinct disadvantage of bulk and just body weight and size in this one here in the second. But I think once you study totals, I think that's the next best one in this class. And like I said, she's also the most immature one out of the top 5, and if you wanted to say sell me on that, I definitely buy that. But I think if you study her at the ground and up high, she's the next best one just in terms of her boldness coming out of the backside of her blade. She's big loined, she's big centered, and I think that quality directly facilitates the ground. I think sometimes her neck wants to rock just too far forward like she's showing now, and maybe the angle of her shoulder isn't as tidy and clean compositionally that we deem ideal, but that for me is the next best one just in terms of muscle, balance, and proportionality within this particular drive. I think the one here in third is at a comparative advantage just in terms of length and extension alone. I think her too is one that highlights handle quality, proportionality, and I think of the top 3 grouping size for size, she is the biggest footed, she is the boldest at the ground, and I like that a lot about her just in terms of her foundation quality. I think of the top 3, I'd like to modify each end of her body clean and as efficiently as we find in that top duo. I read her hip being a fraction short. I read her shoulder blade sitting at the wrong angle comparatively to that duo we just discussed. I think if we modify those endpoints of her body, we can flip-flop that pair in 2 and 3. The Southbound obviously out here in 4 obviously rivals your class winner just in terms of moderation and squareness and just the representation of that one in terms of her breed. I think just in terms of making the next generation of Southdowns better, I think maybe her biggest attribute comes making the generation interval after higher headed, taller shouldered and longer sided for that particular breed. As we round out your top four, I think she comes at a comparative disadvantage just in terms of width and top side shape going down through her back. We round out your top five with the white-headed Dorper that I think definitely within that particular breed is an outlier in terms of one that is tall-shouldered, flat-shouldered, yet has that gnarly swoop to her belly and underline that I think is in vogue. I think this one also comes with a great deal of topside spread and dimension from stifle to stifle. I think comparatively, I'd like to clean her up in terms of her composition, and I think she's, as we round out your top five, she's easily the most nondescript going down through her back. Not only that, I'd like to lift her up in terms of her shoulder height as well. Great top five, an easy class winner on top. Excited to see the rest of them come throughout the ring. Congratulations to all those kids on an excellent way to start your guys' show.
Test 1, 2. Results from Class 1 Wether Does. 10th place was Emily Harrison. 9th was Kaylee Knowles. Breeder was Smithwick Genetics. 8th, Cooper Evans. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 7th, Sydney Sinclair. 6th, Josh Buzek. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 5th was Elvis McCrae. 4th went to Otto Coppin. Breeder was 777 Showgoats. 3rd went to Jamie Valadez. Breeder was Barlow Livestock. 2nd went to Henley Cloud. Breeder was Highview Ranch. And our class winner was Elvis McCrae. Congratulations. Let's give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 3 dams and does should be checking in. Class 3. Results from Class 1 Wether Dams. 10th was Sophia McElwain. 9th was Haley Reyes. 8th was Hope Foner. 7th went to Ainsley George. 6th was Lila Graham. 5th went to Bobby Tubbs. 4th was Sophia McElwain. 3rd went to Berkeley Knowles. 2nd was Madeline Larella. And our class winner was Carson Ingalls. Congratulations. Once again, Class 3 should be checking in, dams and does. Class 2 does are currently in the ring, weighing 70 to 77. And Class 2 dams are in the ring, weighing 131 to 140. Following Class 2 of the Wether dams, we will have a Division 1 drive. Thank you, lamb exhibitors.
This is a great class here, and I honestly, I think it presents a challenge. And when you're in a lightweight doe show, you have got to settle in your mind what you're going to go after and try and set the precedent throughout the day. I am ultimately trying to find the bold and the ones that can get out here and move with a nice look that still look maternal. I think we find that represented here in the top three, and still a really, really strong set of goats. Now, my class winner, I think she's the combination of the goats in second and the goat there in third. She's got the power and the width and dimension from behind that I like in the goat in third. The real high-quality look and neat neck and beautiful chest like the one we find in second. I find this goat very problem-free. She's sound. She's built right in terms of her skeleton. I like this one in terms of her chest floor, and her rib cage is very good, and you go in to handle that one. She's got a monster back and a really, really big pin set laid in her. I think she holds a distinct advantage over the one in second in terms of her flank line balance. She's stronger right in behind her shoulder, and she's got more to her right through the center portion of her stifle. When I get to this three-quarter view right here, she is better in her progression of width. She's better in the wedge that she's got to her shoulder blade, and better in her elbow than the goat that we have here in second. The one here in second, this was initially my class winner when they walked in and they sent to the scales. This one's front quality is what I am after in terms of a big front foot, a beautiful knee set, an awesome chest, and a rocket neck. She's got it. I think a goat that's still bold in terms of her body shape, and it sets up high in her. As I work back in this goat from her mid-body back, I'm starting to find some problems. She, for me, is a little tighter in her flanks. She's a little lower in terms of her pin set, and when I study this female in motion, she really pulls her hock in and gets flatter through her stifle. The goat here in third, a lot of power and just a lot of bulk and width in that doe. I like her chest. I like her stoutness through her rib cage and down her back. For me, as I study her from the side, she's a little shorter hip. She's a little more prominent in her jump muscle, and she wants to just go downhill a little bit in her tail. Also, for me, I'd like to stouten her in terms of her hind leg relative to the amount of mass and power that she's got up high. But that is a wicked good top trio that I think has got a lot of challenge and a lot of differences in it. A bold and bulky female here in four that's just beautiful in terms of her body shape and her muscularity. Of our top five, she is the thickest necked and the plainest at the crest of her neck and her blade. I'd like to lengthen her out of her hip and make her a little sportier in terms of her look. Round out the top five with a real beautiful female from the profile, long-necked, really extended. She's super flexible in motion. She comes at me and leaves me the narrowest of our initial five. I'd just like to stouten her up and give her just a little more width and power. Goat here in six, got a good shape to her, just a little steep hip. Goat in seven, I liked on the way in. She's just a little too outside the line from behind and a little shorter neck than the goats that kind of fall down the line. Got a pair that could be stoutened up, a real stout one that needs to be a little more maternal, and then some goats that need some more skeletal width and density. A great class all the way through. Congratulate these kids with a nice round of applause. They exit, if you will.
Tag number 134211 and 139202. You're missing on the doe side. Your class is about to go in. 134211 and 139202. Tag 134-211. Your class is going in. 134-211 on the doe side. Class 2 doe results. 10th went to Sophia Gazetta. Breeder was Rutherford Showgoats. 9th was Jayton Ayers. Breeder was Decker Showgoats. 8th was Ashlyn Martinez. 7th went to Kaysen McAfee. 6th was Lainey Smozik. Breeder Jill Gladden. 5th went to Paige Duke. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 4th went to Luke Johnson. 3rd was Julius Schwartz. Breeder was Compadres Cabritos. 2nd went to Ava Birch. Breeder was Barlow Livestock. And our class winner was Rylan Albert. Breeder was Gendrich Beam Livestock. Congratulations. Test. Once again, our Class 3 does and Class 3 dams should be checking in if they have not done so. Correction, Class 3 is in the ring. Class 4 does need to be checking in.
Well, class 2, my introduction is this. Welcome to Texas, right? Because when these things trotted in and class 2 fired up and started with the layup lines, we started pulling these things right away on the initial sift because
Our first and second place exhibitors on the Wether Dam side for classes 1 and 2 need to line up for the Division 1 drive. First and second place from classes 1 and 2. Madeline Lyrella, you are needed at the staging area. Madeline Lyrella for the Division 1 drive. And once again, Class 3 weather dams should be checked in. Madeline Lyrella, you are needed at the check-in. We're about to do that drive. Last call for Madeline Lyrella. Last call. Division's about to go in. We will be taking DNA for all champion and reserved divisions on both sides, so we will need a parent or advisor to come to the ring for those exhibitors. Okay, we are ready for our Division 1 drive on the Wether Dam side. First place out of Class 1 went to Carson Ingalls, and second place went to Madeline Larella. First place out of Class 2 went to Karsten Stevenson, and second place went to Lottie Owen. Folks, let's give these exhibitors a big hand.
Over here on the doe side, we got a really good class, and I shared my comments with the exhibitors in 6 through 12. I thought some really close calls, and you had to have a really nice one here to make it into the top 5. Ultimately, in my mind, I'm trying to keep build and balance correct when they come right in, and then ultimately as we get build and balance checked off, we can start adding just a little more width and stoutness, and I think that's what we find here in a pair in 1 and 2. I think this is a really good pair, and I want to compliment the young ladies that are doing an absolutely incredible job showing these things. This is high-level stuff right here, and I hope y'all, parents and ag teachers or extension agents, you're proud of these kids, especially in the top 5, because they are really, really showing their tails off. Here's the differences that I see between the two. I think they're both wide. They're both stout. I think they both got a lot of quality. I've got a stronger top line and just a stouter structural base on our class winner, and that's where she leads us off. I really like this doe from the profile. That is one tall-shouldered, really neat-chested rascal that's got a beautiful turn to her rib, and as you study her from right here, she is really just bold and stout, and the turn that she's got through her twist and lower stifle and her hind leg matches it. It's big, it's stout, and it's real flexible. Now the trade-off between the pair, I get to the 3/4 view, and I wouldn't lie to you, the one there in second is a little bigger and a little broader in her pin set, and she is safer in terms of her front knee. I see the one that wins, a little fresher hided, a little sportier in her look. I thought she distances herself from the one in second in terms of top line integrity, especially when they take the lap. The one here in second, I love this doe's just natural width and stoutness. And she, too, like I said, I want to keep commenting on your kids. They're doing an incredible job, and this one's very capably shown. This one's thin-necked, and her blade is built right in her. Her front knees got set in, and her front foot's good, too. I think this one's got a beautiful turn down her back, and she's really broad from behind. In motion is where I get a little more critical. She falls out in her back, and she gets too prominent there in her jump muscle. Her loin edge doesn't tie into the front part of her hip good enough, and I need to see that just a shot nicer in terms of balance and symmetry to run with a really good class winner. I got a doe here in 3 that's real stout and powerful, and I thought built very nice in terms of her skeleton and motion. We study her comparative to the 2 does in 1 and 2, and she's the steepest out of her hip. She's the most closed up in her pin set and a little plainer right through her lower shoulder and chest. Long-bodied, extended, late-maturing doe in 4 that's got a beautiful look. For me, she's just a little staler in her hide. I know she's fighting a little fungus, but it started to melt her back just a little bit. Need an intensifier in her front foot. We round out the top 5 with, I thought, the best built goat that remain in terms of skeleton and flexibility and head carriage. I just need a little more power there as we study her from behind. Wicked good class, awesome top pair. Let's congratulate him with a nice round of applause.
Our champion ewe lamb went to Karsten Stevenson, and reserve champion ewe lamb went to Lottie Owen. Congratulations. Results from the 3rd class of does. 10th place was Lane Socius. Breeder was Highview Ranch. 9th was Whitney Christian. Breeder was RC4 Livestock. 8th went to Abigail Grown. 7th went to Abigail Bryan. Breeder was Shrank Show Goats. 6th went to Raina Epley. Breeder was Decker Show Goats. 5th went to Jamie Valadez. Breeder was Barlow Livestock. 4th went to Claire Martin. 3rd went to Aiden Howe. Breeder was Titanium Livestock. 2nd went to Christopher Bailey. And our class winner was Kaylee Knowles. Breeder was Highview Ranch. Congratulations. Results from Class 2 Weather Dams. 10th was Avery Walton. 9th was Josie Hanna. 8th went to Daisy Tovar. 7th went to Grayson Williams. 6th was Ava Jade Grissom. 5th went to Claire Bland. 4th was Olivia Calhoun. 3rd went to Abigail Owen. In 2nd, we have Lottie Owen. And our class winner was Karsten Stevenson. Congratulations. Class 4 Wether Does are in the ring, weighing 84 to 87. And Class 3 Wether Dams are in the ring, weighing 141 to 148. We'll need our Class 4 Wether Dams to check in. We'll need our first and second places from Classes 1, 2, and 3 of the Wether Does to come check in shortly for the Division 1 drive. We'll also need Class 5 for Division 2 to check in. Let's give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Let's give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Still missing one exhibitor for the Division 1 dough drive. If you have a first or second place from classes 1, 2, or 3, you need to be checked in.
Awesome top five, and I apologize if I'm going to circle them just a few times, but I'll be honest with you. At times in a goat show, when things get really close, just fall back and say, okay, I want to make these things built right. I want to see how they hold their width and their skeleton in motion, and I honestly, I study how true they are in their skeleton, both underneath and from the profile when they go, and that's easier for me to get a read on rather than when they're set up and braced. Regardless what position you're at or where you're looking at this particular class, I had an easy class winner. The young man's up front, and she wins this class and does so very handily. First and foremost, I think his showmanship ability draws to the quality of that animal. He can flat get this thing shown. And when I step right here from the three-quarter view, got a big broad chest, a whiskey barrel rib, and a beautiful back coming down. I like this one in terms of just the upper pin set and the shape that she's got through her stifle with that much power. She's the strongest top and the best neck of our top five. I like how this one balances from the profile when she's set up like this. Now, relative to some of these longer body, later maturing does, I think, yeah, she is just a little shorter sided. Maybe she's not as long a hip. Pound for pound, I don't think that one's bad balanced. I don't think she's quick. I think that is a moderate, bold, stout one that is built right at the ground, and that's what the kind of livestock that I like and I'm proud to stand behind. Nice class winner to start us off. In motion, the one in second beats the rest of the field in terms of flexibility and skeleton. She's the best in her front knee angle, square and truer in terms of her hind leg as we compare her to the goats in 2 and 3. Now this doe from the side, when she is propped up, this one gets a little softer behind her blade, a little higher in her loin, and a little peaked right there in the way she ties to the front part of her hip. I think in motion is her best view. That's what allowed her to get as high as what she did. If we're just going to strictly judge them off the profile, this doe here in third can run with the best of them. Tall-shouldered, she's got a beautiful shape running down her top and real expressive from behind. I call her the least genuine going right away. She tapers to her pin set, really pulls her hock in and cuts up in her flank. Front 2/3, lights out deadly good. Back third wasn't quite good enough in motion. This doe here in 4, call her real complete. From the 3/4 view, when you're studying these things and walking behind them, she's broad, she's got a good rib blade in her. For me, as I study her from the profile, a little plainer in terms of her presentation and height, a little too steep out of her hip, and a little flat in her stifle. I like the power. I like the natural muscularity of the goat here in 5. For me, she's the coarsest shouldered and the thickest necked and the straightest hock of what we have to work with on this front line. But her power, natural mass, and muscularity allowed her to get over 6 through 11 in this particular set. Got a nice looking goat, needs a little more power. A power goat wasn't quite built good enough. I thought as we get to these bigger weights and heavier weight goats that are a little more mature, going to start drawing the line structurally and trying to keep it built right fundamentally. Great class. Let's compliment it with a great big round of applause. Start turning up the heat just a little bit here.
Okay, we are ready for our Division I Wether Doe drive. From Class 1, first place went to Elvis McRae, and second place went to Henley Cloud. Out of Class 2, first place went to Rylan Albert, and second place went to Ava Birch. From Class 3, first place was Kaylee Knowles, and second place was Christopher Bailey. And then in Class 4, first place was Kyler Sewell, and second was Addison Maxey. Folks, let's give these doe exhibitors a big hand.
Great start to our day here in the Doe Show side, and very, very happy and pleased with our class winners and seconds. I hope we can follow the mold here. We got goats that are built right and look right from the profile, but still from behind they represent the kind of livestock that I like, that are bold and stout and have a lot of power, and I think carry it very, very nicely in motion. Our class 1, we need to set her back in her knee, but representative of her weight, I think she's very good. She's got a beautiful rib cage. She's fresh-hided, handles good, probably gets out hustled in terms of motion and the way she goes in terms of her hind skeleton and in terms of her front knee by some of these class winners from behind. Got a great built one that was second. We needed to stouten up, but I love her pattern. I love her silhouette. I think class 2, this one we started kind of heating it up just a little bit. First and foremost, I love this one's hair and hide quality. She is fresh presented. She looks the part out here. This is a square built, nice balanced female with feet and legs that point the right direction. She's stout in terms of her bone work. Her chest floor is laying in her good, and she's got a good top side shape. Now, relative to some of these other ones, I don't know if she's as broad in her pin set or as stout through her stifle, but I do like that one in terms of build and silhouette quality, fresh and still got a good shape. That was a very nice one to win that class. Second in that class arguably intrigues me the most out here because she's the stoutest in her feature. She's the best in her chest and forearm and skull. I like that all about her. For me, as I study that female, she's just a little odd built. As I study her back into her flank and hind leg, she funnels too much to her pin set and flattens to her stifle. I got to square her up from behind. Class 3 winner, one that is bold and stout and runs uphill beautifully from the profile. Got a great shape coming down her top, and she's the rankest in the turn there as we work through her lower just stifle and lower leg. I still think her hind leg is built very, very nicely. She's got bone to match. Now, she is maybe just a nickel straighter in her shoulder blade, but I think that allows her to run uphill very, very nicely from the profile. Blend and balance is what I like with a great shape and a great touch. Second in that class, that thing has got an awesome three-quarter view. She sets them out wide at her corners, and she carries it true in motion. For me, she's a little staler in terms of her hide and in her top shape. I need to square her up right there in her loin edge and the way it transitions to her hip. Big, stout power, though, wins her last class and represents the heavyweight class in this division. Very good. She's the broadest and the stoutest down her top and the biggest from behind. In motion, she coils up just a little bit and gets a little short and choppy in her stride. Relative to her class, though, I thought she overwhelmed that particular set of them in terms of just freshness and showmanship and just the way that one is built underneath in terms of her width of skeleton. Second in that class, that is a beautiful built one in motion. Now, she's long-necked and good-bodied. She, for me, when we study her from the profile, wants to come in a part or two and just doesn't like a couple of these others. Ultimately, in my mind, I think we got a real easy winner and a real easy reserve, if you will. Let's compliment the young lady out of Class 3, Division I champion. We bring that second place one back in there, and I thought that was a good pair of them in terms of just width and power and bulk. My question is that one just fresh enough, and is her top line good enough in motion? I ultimately think there's another one out here that probably just matches my winner in terms of just freshness of hide, quality of presentation, the way they're built underneath in terms of their flexibility and balance. If you will, compliment the young man out of Class 2. That'll be a reserve.
Our Division I champion went to Kaylee Knowles, and reserve went to Rylan Albert. Congratulations. We are still missing 2 for Class 5 does. Tag number 134805 and tag number 746210. Your class is about to go in. Results from Class 4 Wether does. 10th place, Leah Egan. 9th was Gracie Poindexter. 8th was Madison McDaniel. 7th went to Chloe Todd. 6th was Waylon Epley. Breeder was Epley Showgoats. Fifth was Audrey Epp. Fourth was Raina Epley. Breeder was Epley Showgoats. Third went to Laney Smozik. Breeder was 22-4 Showgoats. Second went to Addison Maxey. And our class winner was Kyler Sewell. Congratulations. Class 5 Wether Does are in the ring, weighing 88 to 90. Class 3 Wether Dam results. 10th place was Bristol Fisher. 9th went to Caden Nance. 8th was Laura Sorensen. 7th went to Kenna Porter. In 6th, we have Brooke Garms. 5th was Braden Bryan. 4th, Karsten Stevenson. 3rd went to Olivia Sandy. And 2nd was Blaze Smith. And our class winner was Kaysen Wooten. Congratulations. Class 4 Wether Dams are in the ring, weighing 149 to 159. We will need our first and second place from Class 3 Wether Dams here shortly for the Division II drive. Give these dam exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. We're pleased to have Devin Sisk Photography back as our official Rodeo Austin show photographer. You can view and order photos online at devinsiskphotography.com.
over here on the goat side got a really, really nice start to Division II, and I think our top three are close. Ultimately, in my mind, I think the one that wins just outpowers the goats in 2 and 3. I think the young lady does a great job showing this one, and my compliments to her. She's got this thing running uphill, and its feet and legs pointing the right direction, and I like this doe in terms of where her chest sits. I think she is the broadest chested of our top three, and still her front knee and front foot places in the right direction every time. I think where she really distances herself from the goats in 2 and 3 is just the edge down her back, the turn that she's got to her barrel. Pin set is really broad, and she's got a lot of shape right there through her lower leg and stifle. Now, from the side, she's probably a little shorter rumped, and I'd stouten her in her feature just in an ideal world. But in terms of combining bulk power with a good look and a square skeleton, that one needs to start the class in my mind. I love the look. I love the refinement, female quality, and in the structural just integrity of the goat that we have here in second. That's a long neck, awesome head and ear, beautiful front foot, and a really stout hind leg. That one loses its top line. As we study over here on the profile, she's just a little sway-backed, and she doesn't carry herself with enough strength and motion. I'd like to see her stouter in terms of her upper hip. Goat here in third. From her last rib forward, I think we could start the class with this one. This one's real strong top. She's got a good handle as we work down the edge of her back. She's good in her chest floor. She's got a good neck and a wild ear set. Last rib back, she's just a little too closed up and jammed up in her pin set. I need to pick her up in her tail base and just stouten her from behind and make her truer as she tracks right away from me. Front 2/3, very, very good. Real powerful, though, here in 4. That's got a big back, and she's really broad everywhere you want to study her. For me, she's a little coarser and a little plainer in her head. Right there at the point of her shoulder, I'd like to clean up, settle her in her top line, just allow her to balance and maintain just a shot more symmetry from the side. A real powerful, though, here that's in 5, once again, that matches the kind of width and just density that we see in 4. She's broad-chested, got a big barrel, and she's really stout from behind. She's just a little too coiled up in terms of her build. I need to lengthen her in her pattern, stretch her out of her hip, make her hind leg set in her just a shot better. I talked with the young exhibitors here down the line. I do want to comment on the young lady here in 6. I thought this doe had as much front-end quality as anything in this class, just a little too round, a little too stilty there in terms of her hind leg. Great class as we start off this division. Very, very good set. Congratulations.
Haley Eichmann, we need you and your Wether dam back to the show ring. Haley Eichmann. Okay, we are ready for our Division II drive on the Wether dam side. Coming out of Class 3, first place was Kaysen Wooten, and second place was Blaze Smith. Out of Class 4, first place was Emily Bynum, and second place was Claire Martin. Folks, let's give these 4 exhibitors a big round of applause. Our Class 6 Wether does are entering the ring, weighing 91 to 92 pounds. Our Division II champion went to Emily Bynum, and our reserve went to Kason Wooten. Congratulations. Just a reminder, we do need a parent or advisor to come to the ring for these division champions and reserves. Give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Class 4 results on the Wether Dam side. 10th was Blaze Smith. 9th was Journey Betts. 8th, Krina Rumfala. 7th, Kason Wooten. 6th went to Karsten Stevenson. In 5th, we had Haley Eichman. 4th was Emma Neal. 3rd place was Brady Brister. 2nd went to Claire Martin, and our class winner was Emily Bynum. Congratulations. For those that are wanting to hold tack over between this show and the market show later this week, we will have some horse stalls available, stalls 1 through 10. Those will be available to store tack. You are storing it at your own risk, and you will have your tack amongst others in the same stall. So again, stalls 1 through 10 of the horse stalls will be reserved for tack at your own risk. Still getting TGBA results for Class 5 does, but I'll go ahead and announce the placings. 10th place was Laramie Drury. 9th was Abigail Groan. 8th went to Gracie Nixon. 7th was Cameron Lewis. 6th went to Lacey Piper. 5th was Kylie Tobias. 4th was Brinley Lumbrezer. 3rd went to Mackenzie Evans. 2nd was Raina Epley. And our class winner was Misty McElroy. Congratulations. Class 5 Wether Dams are in the ring, weighing 160 to 170. Class 6 will be the next group to check in on the Wether Dam side. TGBA results from Class 5 Wether Does. 10th place, Laramie Drury. Breeder was Triple D Livestock. Ninth, Abigail Groan. Breeder was Holt Farms. Eighth, Grace Nixon. Breeder is Toch Showgoats. Sixth, Lacey Piper. Breeder was Techstar Genetics. Fifth, Kylie Tobias. Breeder was Custer Showgoats. Fourth, Brindley Lumbrezer. Breeder was Ripley Newsom Showgoats. Third, Mackenzie Evans. Breeder was Evans Livestock. And second, Raina Epley. Breeder was Shrank Showgoats.
Very good class here, I think, comes together rather handedly in my mind. And I think as good as this class is, we got a runaway class winner up front that needs to win this class and do so in a hurry. First shot out of the gate, I saw a beautiful blonde head that is stout and looks like a female. She's got a beautiful ear, a really strong top line, and a chest floor and front foot built like how I like. And with that, when I get right here, she is an absolute beast in terms of just shape right in behind her shoulder. The turn and flare she's got to her heart and forerib is tremendous. And then from the side, that is a high presented, really highly capably shown show doe that draws together with the balance and the quality that I've been after today. That is an awesome look with power that I really like. That's a nice one to start. Now the one here in second's a little longer hip than a little square from hock to hock as we study him go right away from you. This doe is beautiful in her body line. She's better balanced than the ones in 3 and 4. For me, this doe's got a great shape, but as I work down right there back to her tail and down, I think that one flattens to her stifle too much, and I've got to intensify her and her feature relative to what our class winner is. That doe is very, very broad, very sound, not the extras in terms of look and quality of our big-time winner. This doe here in third, moderate, stout, chunky, represents the kind of livestock that I like. She is big and stout and really, really good in terms of her front foot. When she goes, she is just a little round out of her hip. She, for me, wants to just hyperextend that hock right here as we're sitting watching them profile. I need to see that hip and hind leg relationship just a little more coordinated to beat the goats in 1 and 2. I really like the goat here in 4 in terms of intriguing pieces. She's skinny neck. She's got a stout head, real shapely and expressive. For me, when I get right here, she's a little staler in her hide. She's a little flatter in terms of her rib cage. I need to pull that one apart and just stouten her up from end to end. Well, she's got a good shape. She's just a little narrow built. We got just a stout bruiser built one here in 5. The young man's doing a good job showing this one. She's moderate. She's really wolfy in terms of her rib design and really stout. A little too round out of her hip and just a little peaked there. I need to see that one a little more mobile in terms of her skeleton. We got real nice goats here down the line. A goat here in 6 that's nice built, just a little dry skin and a little plain in terms of a rib design. Got the skinny-tailed one here that comes in 7, front 2/3. I like the way that one runs uphill, just a little tight flank. Then we just start losing some mass and power as we work on down the line. Maybe ones that do have the mass and power are a little rougher built. Great class, real nice class winner. Let's compliment these kids with a nice round of applause, if you will, please.
Missing some tags, some exhibitors for the next class to go in on the doe side. Tag number 570871. Tag 125469. Tag 134431. The group is going in. Class 7 does are entering the ring, weighing 93 to 95. Class 8 does will be the next group to check in. And again, Class 6 Wether dams should be checking in. Results from Class 6 Weather Does. 10th was Talia Diaz. 9th was Chance Metter. 8th was Trincafe Martinez. Breeder was Shrank Showgoats. 7th was Amelia Johnson. 6th was Haley Satterfield. 5th, Colden Thornhill. Breeder was Cadillac Turf Service. 4th, Allie Williams. Breeder is Shrank Showgoats. 3rd, Cooper Evans. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 2nd went to Elvis McCrae. Breeder is 2-4 Showgoats. And our class winner was Isabella Stroder. Congratulations. Let's give these goat exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Again, our Class 8 does and Class 6 dams should be checking in.
Over here on the goat side, got a really, really good class, and I thought challenge, honestly, 3 through 10 or 11, however many we have in this particular set, but I really, really like our top pair, and I thought they needed to go in this particular order. I think they're both stout. They're husky-built type of females that are just broad and big in terms of their back shape, and they got a lot of dimension from behind. I got a better silhouette, a taller shoulder blade, and a longer hip than the one that starts, and I think she does so in commanding fashion. Coming right in the gate, great first impression. She's heads up, flat back, the big runners that can motor well, and that thing absolutely packs a punch down her top. She's as broad in terms of her rack, and her loin edge is what we've handled today. Her hip and her hind leg go together in just tremendous, just seamless fashion, and she can get out and go with the same symmetry as what she's got standing still. I love her propped up. I like her even better in motion. That's a nice class winner to lead us off in a very, very good class. I got one that represents my kind of livestock well in second. She is stout and bold and just powerful every direction you want to study her. Her chest is stout. Her head and skull just says, I am stout, and I am here to play in a very good class here at Rodeo Austin. This thing has got a big back, and she's broad from behind. She wants to run downhill just a fraction. As I study this pair, her jump muscle's a little more prominent and doesn't just tie into her loin edge quite as nice. A little rounder hip, not just seam line in her look is what we see in our class winner. Got one here that is in 3 that resembles the make and mold of our winner from the profile. I like this one's just strength at top line, up and out image up front, beautiful hind leg, needs to be a little wider from behind, just need to pull that one apart in her pin set and just set her truer and square as she goes right away from you. A moderate, powerful type of doe here that just is a little too coarse and chunky up front, doesn't get out and motor good enough in terms of her front skeleton, a little steep from behind, but certainly one that I like the power and just represents good stock. 5, this one runs out of just natural power and dimension, but her silhouette and her outline and her skeleton allowed her to get as high as it did. Need to drop her in her flank and pull her apart just a shot underneath. Got some power does here that are in this lineup that I drew the line structurally and just said, hey, I need these to be a little better built. And then we got some females that are nice built, not powerful enough to creep into our top 5. Awesome class, really, really good pair. I like our class winner a lot. Let's give these young ladies up here a nice round of applause and everybody in this particular class.
Again, if you are wanting to hold tack over between this show and the market show, you can do so, but it will need to be put in stalls 1 through 10. Horse stalls 1 through 10 will be used for tack holdover at your own risk. Your pins will need to be totally empty, so you'll need to get everything out of your current pins. Class 8 Wether does are entering the ring, weighing 96 to 98 pounds. We will need our first and second place exhibitors from the Class 5 Wether Dam Show to come check in for the Division 3 drive. Results from Class 5 Wether Dams. 10th place was Braden Parks. 9th was Cody Howard. 8th, Crease Barbie. 7th, Lysa Vick. 6th, Saxon Brudegam. 5th went to Daisy Tovar. 4th, Olivia Sandy. 3rd, Avery Walton. 2nd, Amy Moore. And our class winner was Brinley Hogg. Congratulations. Results for Class 7 Weather Does. 10th was Brooklyn Probiskley. 9th, Hannah Graves. Breeder is Humphrey Livestock. 8th, Hadley Cool. 7th, Emmett Dowdy. 6th, Samuel Williams. Breeder is Lazy JB Livestock. 5th, Luke Lacasio. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 4th, Mackenzie Reynolds. Breeder is Bryson Borgoats. 3rd, Peyton Kahn. Breeder is Stork Livestock. 2nd was Audrey Bettiga. Breeder is Lazy JB Livestock. And our class winner was Paisley Akins. Breeder is La Copa Showgoats. Thank you, doe exhibitors. We will need our first and second place exhibitors from classes 5, 6, and 7 on the doe side to check in for our Division II drive. And again, we will need our first and second place from Class 5 of the Wether Dam to check in. And we will also need our Division I and Division II champions and reserves to check in shortly on the Wether Dam side.
Very good class here, very deep class in terms of quality. We got a really easy class winner, and then I thought the decision here is between 2 and 3. Our class winner embodies what I like about the goat in second, with the one that I like about in third. She's got just the top line strength in the beautiful silhouette of the one I like in second, with the extra bulk and just stoutness and broadness of the one I like in third. I think this doe's very, very nice in terms of her balance. She's got a big barrel laid in her. She's square in her chest floor. I think she sits right in her pin set, and where her hind leg sits where it needs to be. She's a quarter of an inch over in her front knee, and I'd like to set her back there just a shot, but that's a good-looking rascal with a lot of power and just a lot of just dimension that needs to start this class. The top line integrity, the one in second, beats the one in third. This one is the narrowest of our top 3, and she's too steep out of her hip, but to call a spade, I like where this one's shoulder sets in her better than the one in 3, better in the wedge to the top part of her blade, and way stronger right in behind it. Needs more horsepower and just a leveler rump to run with our winner. In terms of breeding value alone, I probably like the one in third the best in this class. She's got the biggest feet. She's got the most flexible hind legs. She's got the broadest chest and the biggest pin set. We just lose our chest floor. We're losing right in behind our shoulder. This one, if she drew together with just a little neater image from the side, she wins the class very handily. I never got her top line to pull together good enough. The one here in 4, this one's top line is good. Up and out up front, big wrap and curl to her stifle and leg. For me, needs to be ranker in her feature and just a little broader in terms of her pin set from behind, and just stouting her up in her bone work to match what she's got right through the middle part of her body. A beautiful profile one here that's in 5, just a little tall and sticky in her flank and a little longer in her back leg than what I deem ideal. Front 2/3 are very nice. Got some pieces here that are very nice. Got a stout doe in 6 that needs to be sounder. Goats in 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. I thought we were close. We're just a little plainer in our top line balance, maybe a little steeper in our rump. Great class, very challenging. We'll once again have an easy class winner. Congratulations to all these kids. A great set of 8. And if you guys will, let's compliment these 8 exhibitors on a great middleweight division around the ringside, if you will. I think our front line's similar. I think I've tried to find goats today that embody the width and natural stoutness that I like with just enough turn and horsepower. Ultimately, I thought there was some challenge in some of these classes, and I result back to just the kinds that I like. They don't have to be just the neatest looking things in the world, but I want them just built right at the ground, wide and fundamental in their skeleton with enough power, and I think that's what we have here in our front line. I think an awesome set of goats with a lot of quality. One that wins that first class is darn nice and starts the pace in this particular class very well. Bold ribbed, real chunky, real good middle. I think a doe that's still very good in her next set, and her chest line a little steeper in her hip, a little frailer in her hind leg. One that wins that was second in that first particular class, a good looking doe that just needs a little more top line integrity. She's just a little off behind her shoulder, but awesome looking, really, really good in motion. We started heating things up a little bit in this second class, and from her last rib forward, I haven't seen one today that I like as good as this blonde one. This thing is beautiful in her skull. She's the best chested, the best ribbed. She's the biggest backed and stoutest behind of what we have in this particular set. I really like the quality of this doe, and I think her skeleton works tremendously well. Now, as we step back and study him from the side, she is a little too steep for me in terms of her hooks to pins, and she sets her tail just a little low and pulls her hock in, but I do love that one's just natural power. Her quality, I think, speaks for itself out here. The one that was second in that class, another real stout one in terms of body and handle quality up high, just runs out of feature, just runs out of power right there at the ground. Got one that wins class 3. That one probably looks a little different than the rest of them out here because she's the longest bodied, she's the levelest hipped, and she's the best looking. I think with that, she's arguably the biggest footed and the stoutest structure to this particular set. And what was deceiving about this goat, from the outside looking in, you think, well, I don't know what kind of shape she's got because she's a little wedgy in her pin's head. Rest assured, she's got a big chest, a rolled-up rib in her that handles right coming down her top. She's the biggest loin one of this entire group that handles it the best in the way she comes to the front part of her hip. We could free her up in her movement to her hock and just square her up from her hock to hock as she goes right away from you. But past that, that's a nice one to start that class. Second in that class, a real stout, dense one that's real sound, a little lower shouldered, a little rougher right there in the transition from her loin into her jump muscle. Got the other one of the young ladies here in our last class of the day, or last class of this particular division. Wide, stout, real burly. Front foot, front knee needs to be a little bit better, and just to go ahead and run away with this division. But I like that one's just body. I like her skeleton in terms of hind leg use, very good. Front foot needs to be better. Second in that class, good built, level line, needs a little more horsepower. Great division, guys. I step back and I study them. I think one that draws everything together, and I think we got one that is going to be reserved in this division that's really, really close. If you will, compliment the young lady out of class 3. She'll be our champion middleweight. We'll take another look for reserve. Ultimately, it comes down between a pair of them here in our Class 2 and Class 3. I think both of these does are good, and they represent very, very fundamentally good stock. Ultimately, I think one's just got more quality up through her front end. She's wedged tighter in her blade, a little better in terms of her breastbone. Plus, I just love the head and ear quality. Young lady in the blue shirt, she'll be a reserve champion. Nice job.
Our Division II champion went to Paisley Akins, and our reserve went to Isabella Stroder. Congratulations. We have our Division III Wether Dam Drive going on. First place out of Class 5 went to Brinley Hogg. And second went to Amy Moore. First place out of Class 6 went to Flora Appleton. And second place went to Brooke Lacasio. Let's give these 4 exhibitors a big round of applause. Again, we need parent or advisor to come to the show ring for our division champion in reserve on the doe side. We do need our Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserves on the Wether Dam side to come check in. Class 8 Doe results. 10th place was Caden Martinez. 9th was Allie Williams. 8th, Caleb Bunger. 7th, Brooke Lacasio. Breeder is Evans Livestock. 6th, Rebecca Confair. 5th, Bailey Underwood. 4th was Brady Brister. Breeder was Shrank Showgoats. 3rd, Lila Swanson. Breeder was Stork Livestock. 2nd, Julie Jones. Breeder was JB Goats and Livestock. And our class winner was Misty McElroy. Congratulations.
Wether Dam, in front of me.
Our Division III champion went to Brindley Hogg, and reserve went to Amy Moore. Congratulations. Again, we do need our champion and reserves for Divisions 1, 2, and 3 to line up for our Wether Dam drive. Class 6 Weather Dam results. 10th was Danielle Johnson. 9th, James Wilkie Schultz. 8th, Powell Moore. 7th, Jesse Merriweather. 6th, Emerson Garner. 5th, Brady Brister. 4th, Brody Fisher. 3rd, Olivia Calhoun. 2nd, Brooke Lacasio. And our class winner was Flora Appleton. Congratulations. Class 10 Weather Does should be checking in. Okay, we are ready for our grand drive in our Weather Dam show. Division 1 champion went to Karsten Stevenson, age 12 of Paradise, Texas, member of Wise County 4-H. His future plans, he wants to become a lamb breeder, and favorite hobby is showing sheep. Our Division 1 reserve champion went to Lottie Owen, age 12 of New Berlin, Texas, member of Guadalupe County 4-H. Future plans to go to Texas Tech University, enjoy showing sheep and doing photography. Our Division 2 champion went to Emily Bynum, age 17 of New London, Texas, member of West Rusk FFA. Emily plans to attend college and work in the livestock industry. Favorite hobbies are going to the lake with her dog and working livestock. Our Division II reserve champion went to Kaysen Wooten, age 12 of Badias, Texas, member of Madison County 4-H. Kaysen wants to continue showing lambs and attend Texas A&M University, enjoys showing lambs and playing baseball. Our Division 3 champion went to Brinley Hogg, age 18 of Lubbock, Texas, member of Lubbock County 4-H. Brinley enjoys playing softball and showing livestock, wants to attend A&M and get an animal science degree. And our Division 3 reserve champion was Amy Moore, age 12 of San Angelo, Texas, member of Tom Green County 4-H. Amy enjoys showing livestock, wants to attend Texas A&M University. Folks, let's give these lamb exhibitors one more big round of applause. We're also excited to have our Rodeo Austin president, Mr. Rick Lane, here to present our champion and reserve champion banners in our Weather Dam show.
I'll wrap up this class here real quick over on the goat side, and then we'll pass the mic back over to our sheep. We got a great class, I thought challenging amongst our top 5 and thought-provoking, but ultimately for me, the one that's the soundest, the best ribbed, and the most muscular is going to win the class, and that is the young ladies up front. First and foremost, coming right in the gate, that's the best hided, best haired one in here in terms of presentation. That's super fresh. That one's got a big, bold turn to her rib cage. She's got a lot of just handle quality up high. She beats the goats behind her in terms of length and plane of her hip, and the way she goes to the ground with the biggest feet and the best fast runners. I like this, though, in terms of balance. I like her in terms of muscularity. I like her in terms of look. I think a fault-free fine to start the class. The one in second is a little taller shouldered, a little longer necked, and I like this doe's just natural width and power from behind. At times I saw her and she wanted to just ease up a little bit in her back. She was always just a little too steep in her rump, a little frailer in terms of her hind leg. Didn't get out and go with quite as much flexibility as what we see in our winner. The goat in 3 was a late addition to the class, and I'm glad she came in. This is a big-footed, stout-structured doe that's really ripped up and powerful. She just needs to be better in terms of her flank. She wants to just get a little inverted in her flank, but doesn't want to tie together quite as seamless from her loin back into her hip. An awesome built hind-legged one here that's in 4th. I initially thought this one coming in was going to make a charge to run the class because this one is long-necked, got a good top shape, really stout in terms of just her hind leg, and really just full and through her lower stifle. In motion, her problems become a little more apparent. She loses her breastbone and lower shoulder. She wants to ease up in her top and get a little rounder in her hip. We're a front knee away here on 5 from ringing the bell. This one's got just the body lines, the rib cage, and the muscularity that I'm after. Just too straight up front. Need to set her back in terms of her knee. Got some goats here that I thought were close. Got a good looking one that needs a little more power in 6. I thought some powerful goats that just weren't built good enough on down the line. Great class, real challenging, real thought provoking. Nonetheless, comes together with ease in my mind.
Our grand champion Weather Dam went to Brindley Hogg, and reserve grand went to Amy Moore. Congratulations. And once again, we appreciate our Rodeo Austin president, Mr. Rick Lane, being here to present the champion banners and buckles. Class 9 Weather Doe results. 10th place was Ashlyn Martinez. Breeder was South of Nueces. 9th, Misty McElroy. Breeder was Sturt Showgoats. 8th went to Ford Brooks. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 7th was Kinsley Thomason. Breeder was Kennig Showgoats. 6th went to Hannah Brooks. Breeder was Evans Livestock. 5th was Briley Weiland. Breeder was Ebbing Weiland Showgoats. 4th was Lacey Piper. 3rd went to Mackenzie Rangel. Breeder was A&M Livestock. 2nd went to Carly Parrott. Breeder was Sturts Kiefer Livestock. And our class winner was Catherine Carley. Congratulations. Our Class 10 Weather Does are currently showing. Class 11 should check in.
our best trio of the day so far. I think particularly our toughest pair that I've had to place, and nothing to take away from the young gentleman there in third. Love that one standing still. We just get just a little short and choppy in motion. This top pair is the kind of stock that I like, and there's no surprise here. These are beautiful rib, awesome handling type of does with just a lot of look and a lot of quality. There's subtle differences between them, but ultimately, in my mind, I like the extra feature, and I like the extra foot size of the goat that starting at her pole and her head. That is an intimidating look. That thing has got a broad nose, a really, really stout head that still looks like a female. This one's longer up front, and she's longer from her last rib back than her second place doe is in this particular class. I read her very secure in terms of her skeleton. She gets out and goes like she needs to. That one is the fullest in terms of her rib right in behind her blade. She's the best in the way her loin transitions to her hip. She's longer hip. She sets her tail where she needs to. I think that is power. That is a good look, and that is extra feature to boot. Good one to start. This one right here has got a silhouette and just quality lines that I am after. This one sets out wide at her corner. She's really tall-shouldered. She's got a beautiful tail set and an awesome hind leg. Ultimately, I read this doe from right here. She is not as good in the way that her loin transitions to her jump muscle. I read her a nickel shorter out of her hip, not as long up front, not as stout in her feature is the one that starts. Love this one standing still. Broad, built, awesome in her rib cage. Got a beautiful back and a really stout upper hip. Too short and choppy in motion. She kicks up her spine, gets a little too round off both ends. Awesome built doe here in 4 that's got more muscle than the one in 5. A little too much lower shoulder, a little narrower there at the top of its hip relative to what we see in our top 3. This goat here, as good as built as anything in this particular class, need to widen its rib cage, pulled apart from behind. Some close calls here in 6 and 7. Goat in 6, front 2/3 are awesome. Back third, she's too steep out of her hip and coiled up in her hind leg. Real stout doe here in 7. That's just a little too coarse and rolly everywhere for me. We got a great set of goats in this particular class, fighting some structure issues on down the line. Ultimately, I think our top 5 are wicked good. Let's compliment these guys with a nice round of applause.
results from Class 10 Wether Does. Tenth place, Mackenzie Evans. Ninth, Bryson Salazar. Breeder is MB Borges. Eighth, Aiden Dela Cruz. Seventh, Cade Rocall. Breeder is Shrank Show Goats. Sixth, Bailey Bennett. Fifth, Kenna Sufall. Breeder is Ripley Newsom Show Goats. Fourth, Lane Socius. Breeder is Highview Ranch. Third, Kyler Sewell. Second went to Carly Parrott. Breeder is Kiefer Livestock. And our class winner was Audrey Bedeca. Breeder is Lazy JB Livestock. Congratulations. Class 11 is being judged, weighing 107 to 113. Class 12 needs to check in. Let's give these doe exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
Crazy good class here, crazy good class winner. I honestly told myself 3 steps in the ring. I saw a stout skull, a jet really dark brown front foot that is built right and really, really big, a chest floor built like that and freshness that is that good. I said, hey, let's start from here and let's go. This thing right here is a bad cat from the side. Poker neck, beautiful in terms of its top line balance, got the right kind of turn and shape right through the center of its leg and stifle, a hind leg to match. That thing is beautiful from the side. Poetry in motion with the extra horsepower to boot. Nice one to start the class. The one here in second is really stout and bold. She runs uphill good. She's a late maturing goat with a big chest and a big rolled up back in her. A little steep out of its hip, little frailer in terms of its hind leg relative to our class winner. I like the one in 3 quite well in terms of a boxy build and probably being a little smoother every direction than what we see in the one right ahead. Not quite as much real muscle in that one. Wants to fall apart a little bit right in behind its shoulder, fighting just a little bit of staff, and it's starting to melt its back just a little bit. Need to freshen that one up in its hide and hair and presentation to go any higher. The one here in 3, awesome in its lines, beautiful built up front in terms of length and extension. I see this one getting a little taller, a little stickier in her belly, just wanting to get a little vertical there in terms of her hind leg. We round out the top 5 with just a real wide type of goat that's got a lot of width and dimension from right here at the 3/4 view. We lose our top line just a little bit too severely from the side. Looks like this one just needs to have a little more strength in its back and honestly harden that one up from a composition standpoint. Wicked good class on down the lines. I thought some real minor details, goats that I probably separated in motion. They all started to kind of look the same on the profile. We got them out and lapped them, and that's where I made the majority of my pulls. Awesome class. Really, really good one to start us off. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Still missing our bio sheets for our 2 division champions. If you have one of those, you need to turn that bio sheet in for our grand drive. Class 12 is entering the ring, weighing 114 to 177. Results from Class 11. 10th place was Kelby Blessing. Breeder was RC4 Livestock. 9th, Mallory Owens. 8th, Gunnar Krieg. 7th, 8th, Gunnar Krieg. Breeder was Kiefer Livestock. 7th, Hunter Gates. Breeder is Team Peters. 6th, Mackenzie Rangel. Breeder is A&M Livestock. 5th, Ava Birch. Breeder was Sturt Showgoats. 4th, Hadley Cool. 3rd, Colton Wyndham. Breeder was Flack Livestock. 2nd, Gunnar Krieg. Breeder was Kiefer Livestock. And our class winner was Catherine Carley. Congratulations. We will need our first and second places from classes 9 through 11 to check in. Thank you, Doe exhibitors. Again, we need our first and second places from classes 9, 10, and 11 to come check in.
The young lady here up front is excited, and hey, you need to be, because you just won a class at Rodeo Austin, and that's a big deal. And I want to compliment the exhibitors here in our last class of the day. 5 very, very good ones that are very competitive up on the top end, but I think some differences compositionally and maturity, and you just kind of got to figure out where everything fits. Ultimately, I never wavered from our class winner. She's the rankest every direction. She's got the stoutest, most intimidating skull and chest and arm. With that, she was the one that looks like the immature Shodo right here of this particular group. That's the freshest and best in terms of her hide and hair compositionally speaking. I like how lean and clean she is in terms of her lines, and still with that, her structure is acceptable. Probably not just the best in terms of angle to her hip, but I think other than that, she wins this class very handily. Paint dough here in second. That's real bubbly in terms of her jump muscles. She's tall-shouldered, runs up hills. The front two-thirds of her are very nice. She, to me, is just a little coarse in that hip and loin transition. She's a little rounder in her hip. She coils up a frail her hind leg just a shot too far underneath herself. The goat here in third. I like this one's built better than the one right ahead. A little leveler hipped, a little more bone, a little square from behind. I'd touch this one. This one's the plainest over her topside shape initially of our top 3. Need to lean her up, clean her up in her lines, give her just a little more punch right there through her lower quarter and stifle. The one that we've got here in 4, just a real stout, muscular type of a doe that's got a tremendous amount of shape everywhere. This one for me is too stilty in terms of her shoulder, a little coarser neck, a little rounder, just a little rougher cut in terms of her outline. Got a big nanny here at 5 that has got some maturity on her, but hey, I like this one's build, and I like her kind. It was not my job to sort size. It was my job to sort quality, and this one needed to be in the top 5. Big-legged, stout, sound, enough muscle. I think probably her ideal show window is past, but that's a good goat, young lady. You need to take that one home and try and make something good out of her, because I think she can do it. 6, 7, and 8 in this class. I thought needed just a shot more horsepower and muscle, but I think good built goats down here on the line that got maternal quality and function. Great class all the way through. Real stout class winner to lead us off. Let's compliment these kids all the way down the lineup. Thank you.
Again, we'll need our Division 1 and 2 champions and reserves for our final drive after we finish Division 3. Okay, we have our Division 3 contendants in the ring. From Class 9, first place was Catherine Carley. Second place was Carly Parrott. From Class 10, first place was Audrey Bettiga, and second place was Carly Parrott. From Class 11, first place was Catherine Carley, and second place was Gunnar Krieg. And out of Class 12, first place was Megan Winkleman, and second place was Bailey Bennett. Folks, let's give these GOAT exhibitors a big round of applause.
Great way to end our day in here in a heavyweight division that I think is very, very tough and very competitive. We saw a lot of goats today and a lot of really good ones. Tell you what I see here real quick. I think We're a neck away on our Class 1 winner from really ringing the bell. That one's a little short and cresty up front, but, man, beautiful bodied, awesome skeleton, real fresh, very capably shown. I like that one's natural width and thickness, just a little bully necked. The one that was second in that class, man, is she stout. That's arguably as wide and as rank a one as what we've seen so far today, just in terms of natural chest pry and turned right there to her rib cage and over her loin edge is big. She, for me, is a little upright off both ends and a little quicker in just the pitch to her hip, but I just love that one's power. I thought compositionally that one was on target. I love this doe here, the win Class 2, and this one represents my kind. I love her skull. I just love her broadness through her muzzle. Man, her chest and shoulder blade matches it. Her angles read so true in motion. She is built like a show doe, needs to be built, in my opinion, from the side. Low, long, and real level, and that thing is grizzly bare-backed and beautiful in terms of just her upper hip shape and the drop that she's got through her stifle. She's got legs that match her power. She's got look that matches her power. Everything comes together in one piece and in one part. That one right there is really nice. The one that was second in that class, that one, it was a really good pair with this one that won that class. She maybe counters our winner for being a little slimmer necked, a little taller right there out of the top of her blade. She's beautiful in terms of her width and hind leg build. I thought that one was a little rawer over her loin edge, probably just a little duller in terms of her hide. This one right here came in that class, and I said, hey, this dark cherry red-footed one has got a look that I like a lot, and I thought she won that class in commanding fashion. Last rib forward, I think she's awfully nice. Beautiful chest. She's got a good rib blade in her, very fresh, very capably shown. We lose just upper hip strength and a little more, just need just a little more gas in the tank from behind for me to just jump on that one and say she's our winner in this particular division. Her bone's good. I wish she was a little square and truer going away. Real outlier there that was second in that class. She's got real breeding value because she's tall-shouldered. She's super pliable through her chest, got a beautiful rib lane in her, just a little rough cut in terms of her top line. The ones that wins this last class, that's a stout doe, and she really bold and just fresh, and I thought she was just leaner and more on target compositionally than the rest of the class, better in her loin edge than what the one that was second. She, for me, is a little bully necked, a little straight in terms of her shoulder and a little rigid from behind. One that was second in that class, probably a little sounder. Her loin edge needs to be better, and I need to intensify that one in terms of her feature and her bone work. Lights out, good division. I think we got a pair that team up very, very well in this particular group. I think they fit good, and I'm excited to see them here in just a little bit. Young ladies right here out of Class 2, nice job. You got the points.
Our Division III champion went to Audrey Bettiga, and reserve went to Carly Parrott. Congratulations. Again, we need our Division I and II champions and reserves over here as we get ready for our final drive. Class 12 results. 10th place was Gracie Nixon. 9th, Clayton Neese. Breeder was Neese Showgoats. 8th, Gracie Poindexter. 7th, Kaylee Knowles. Breeder was Smithwick Genetics. 6th, Haley Satterfield. Breeder was Rocky Creek Showgoats. 5th, Madison Wilson. 4th, Francis Wilson. 3rd, Kendall Fisher. 2nd, Bailey Bennett. And our class winner was Megan Winkleman. Congratulations. We need our reserve Division II to the ring. Reserve Division II. Okay, we are ready for our final drive in the Junior Weather Doe Show. Our Division I champion came from Kaylee Knowles, age 15, of Kingwood, Texas, member of Harris County 4-H. She enjoys showing goats. She says there's no time for other hobbies. She wants to attend Texas A&M and become a veterinarian. Our reserve champion out of Division I was Ryland Albert of Falls City, Texas, member of Karnes County 4-H, enjoys playing football and showing goats, wants to attend Texas A&M University. Our Division II champion was Paisley Akins, age 15, of Whitesboro, Texas, member of Grayson County 4-H. Paisley enjoys working with goats and helping others, wants to become an embryologist and become a top Texas breeder with Akins Livestock and work with goats every day. Our reserve champion from Division II was Isabella Stroder, age 13, of Van Alstyne, Texas, member of Van Alstyne FFA. Isabella enjoys playing softball and helping deliver new babies at the barn and all things livestock. Wants to study animal science. Our Division III champion went to Audrey Bettiga, 14-year-old from Hyco, Texas, member of Erath County 4-H, enjoys showing goats and livestock judging, wants to attend Texas A&M and become a veterinarian. And our reserve champion from Division III went to Carly Parrott, age 15, of Winona, Texas, member of Hawkins FFA, enjoys showing and competing in FFA events, wants to attend Texas A&M and get a degree in ag leadership. Folks, let's give these 6 exhibitors one more big round of applause.
All right, we'll go ahead and tie a bow on this deal, but before we do, I want to say thanks to the crew here at Rodeo Austin for the opportunity to come and evaluate your doe show and work with your young people. This obviously one of the shows that means a lot to me and our crew back there in Lubbock, and we send a lot of interns down here every year and really enjoy my time here at Rodeo Austin. So I want to say thanks to all the crew for having me, and this was a great show, and like I said, when I walked in this morning, saw a lot of my good buddies that were working there behind in the scales and lining everything up. I want to compliment them. I want to compliment our interns here in the ring. I want to compliment the show staff for everything that you guys have done. And if you guys will, let's compliment them with a nice round of applause before we pick our champion in reserve. I believe in youth development with animal agriculture, and I will till the day I'm dead, and there's no better sport that we can do than showing livestock, and here in the state of Texas is the best place to do it, because you guys have people behind the scenes that believe in these young people, and they're going to do everything they can everything they can do to make sure that these guys have a positive experience. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for having me. I hope to get to come back someday and really look forward to that if I get to. Our show was awesome. Our Division Ones were good. They're typey. They're strong built. They're real level in their lines. They've got a good look to them. Maybe some of them in that lightweight division, we were just dealing with a little bit of structural issues, maybe not quite the bulk and density of what we see probably in our middle and our heavies. Our middleweight, that's a real neat looking one. That is a strong top, real just poker necked, awesome chested one that's beautiful in her underline. She gets just a little straighter off of both ends, and I like this doe's build, standing still a lot. She wants to pull in her hock and get just a little short and choppy. We got our reserve middleweight, beautiful in her shape. She's got a great look up front. I called that one just a little rounder in her hip, pulled in her hock. Our heavyweight goat, she represents the kind of stock that I like back at home. This is a big-footed, just husky-built one that's sound and flexible. They don't have to be just rocket-necked and real just beautiful chested for me. I just want something that's sound, that's built right with muscle, and we'll worry about all that other stuff later. I still think that one looks like a high-end show doe with awesome feet. She's got a wide chest. She's got a big rolled-up rib cage in her and a beautiful back. That one can get out and go with the best of them, and that one's head and that one's ear and just horn quality is my speed. second one in that particular heavyweight division. I love that one's look, sharp neck, poker neck, got a good chest and a really square hind leg. I thought that one got just a little bit gray colored, a little bit tighter skin, and for me, just a little raw right there in the way its loin comes into its hip. I got a pair of them here that I like quite well. I thought we had a real easy winner today and a real easy reserve. Thanks again, guys, for having me. It meant the world.
Our grand champion Wether Doe went to Audrey Bettiga, and reserve grand went to Paisley Akins. Congratulations to both these exhibitors. Once again, we appreciate our Rodeo Austin president, Mr. Rick Lane, being here to present the champion banners and buckles. Appreciate everybody being with us today. Again, if you are keeping tack here until the market show, you'll need to use horse stalls 1 through 10 at your own risk. And again, you will be